School District regular meeting of the Board of Education for September 11th moved forward 1 week due to the fires. Let me read something out before we start. Even though it was intended for the main agenda, I may as well read it here. The board will take action on this later on tonight, but due to the school closure last week, the board meeting scheduled for Wednesday, September 11th, was rescheduled to tonight, September 18th, and therefore the agenda of September 11th, 2024 will move forward tonight as published. There's enough of us to pass this now. Can I have a motion and second, please?
So moved. Second.
Thank you. Okay, vote by board members, roll call. Dr. Lewis
Aye.
and Clerk Dominguez
Aye.
and myself, aye. Okay, that moves the agenda forward. I will reread it though. So it'll go into at the agenda when we, too many things on my mind. When we propose the agenda. Any individual who requires disability-related accommodations or modifications, including auxiliary aids and services, in order to participate in the board meeting, should contact the superintendent or designee in writing. How about an AI reader for me? I'm teasing you, Ed. Dr. D'Souza. Okay, call to order at 5:30. We are in open session. Can I have a motion and a second, please, to move into closed session?
Second.
Thank you. As provided by law, the following are the items for discussion and consideration at the closed session of the board meeting: public employee employment, discipline, dismissal, release, reassignment of employees per government code, section 54957, student expulsions, reinstatements, expulsion enrollments, conference with labor negotiators, agency designated representatives, Edward D'Souza, acting superintendent, lead personnel agents, Rhonda Kramer, Roxanne Dominguez, and Armando Ortega, personnel services. Employee organizations, California School Employees Association, CSEA, Rialto Education Association, REA, and Communication Workers of America, CWA. And by the way, CSEA is Chapter 203. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 Delta and/or Delta 3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure, number of potential claims, 1. Comments on closed session agenda items. Any person wishing to speak on any item on the closed session agenda will be granted 3 minutes. Dr. D'Souza.
We don't have any.
Okay. Okay, vote by board, vote by board members to move into closed session. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, ladies. Time is 5:34. See you at approximately 7 o'clock, if all goes well.
Make a motion to adjourn closed session?
Thank you.
So moved. Second.
Appreciate that. Okay, vote by board members to adjourn closed session all at once. Aye.
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 Okay, there's 4. We do have 1 member missing, and that is Miss O'Kelly. The time is 7:33. And open session is reconvened at 7:33. Tonight we have a special presentation, but first let's welcome Rialto Middle School former student Janelle Gomez, who is now a sophomore at Rialto High School, to lead us in the pledge.
Everybody please stand up. Right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I'm excited to introduce our Rialto Middle School garden program. It will be showcased through a video presented by Miss Stacy Okuno, our science and environmental resilience teacher, along with Janelle and 8th grade RMS student Emma Garcia.
To make sure I push the right button. Good evening, President Martinez, school board members, Acting Superintendent Dr. D'Souza, present audience, and audience at home. I am Stacy Okuno, 7th grade science and environmental resiliency teacher at Rialto Middle School. As I previewed this video, it brought back so many memories. It's hard to believe that this garden is only 3 years old. But actually, let me take that back, because the vision and the work for this project was started by Brian Montez, our now retired ground supervisor, in 2019. Tonight, since we can't bring the whole garden to you, we're here to talk about the Rialto Middle School garden, the class, and the program that it has grown into. So Brian's original vision was to represent many gardens in one place, from vegetable gardens to our carbon sequestration forest, making the area a multifaceted outdoor environmental educational place. We accomplished a lot, but we are still growing. The garden provides an outdoor learning space for students to learn and explore environmental principles and concepts. It provides students with a hands-on lab to teach them about the interconnected relationships in the natural world. They explore and analyze problems that are natural and man-made on both a micro and macro scale. Sustainability and climate action are pieces our students need to learn about and incorporate into their lives for our future. By educating our students, they become active environmental stewards, not only to their families, but also our community. Shout out to Fawcett Rahman Davies and the entire nutrition services team for partnering with us from the beginning. From the early stage, they helped shape our vision by telling us they would buy and serve our harvested crops in the lunches at Rialto Middle School. This provides our Rialto environmental resiliency students a sense of pride and responsibility as they know who they are growing food for. In case you didn't know, Nutrition Services pays us fair market value for what we harvest. This year at Rialto Middle School, Rialto Middle School and Nutrition Services are beginning a new adventure as environmental resiliency expands into hydroponics, which is growing plants without soil. Our goal is to produce fresh, healthy, leafy greens for our students' daily lunches. Working with Juanita Chan, shout out to Juanita, we developed a new middle school elective called Environmental Resiliency. The goal of this course is to educate students about environmental sustainability, climate literacy, and improving the health and nutrition of Rialto Middle School students. In this class, students grow, maintain, and harvest and expand the Rialto Middle School's garden. They design, plant, and maintain their own personal square foot garden. They learn through climate-related educational field trips, and they acquire different food preparation and preservation strategies through scratch cooking and preserving with chefs and the San Bernardino County Master Food Preservers. To explain the value of Rialto Middle School garden, environmental resiliency, and STEM cares, we invited Janelle Gomez, one of our former students who was there to break ground and embrace what the garden is all about. And with us as well, we invited Emma Garcia. She is a current Rialto Middle School student who is helping out in the development of our new phase of hydroponics. Janelle? Sorry.
Good catch.
Good evening, President Martinez, board members, and Acting Superintendent Dr. D'Souza. I'm Janelle Gomez, sophomore at Rialto High School. While at Rialto Middle School, environmental resiliency taught me life lessons that impact my day-to-day life. I learned how to be an effective leader, how to make my own decisions, and be a team player. I gained more skills as I interacted with No Kid Hungry, toured visitors from USDA, worked with Brian, Miss Fawcett, Miss Christina, Mr. Juan, and Miss Diane. Being a part of the garden isn't just about planting plants. Through working on the pollinator garden with Brian, I learned how to take initiative and lead a project that involved many different people and steps. But I also learned how to ask for help and suggestions when needed. When I get asked about the impact the garden has made on my life, I think about how I started as a quiet person who was concerned about what others thought of me. I had a voice but was unsure how to use it. Now I found my voice, don't know how to use I'm sorry. Now I found my voice and know how to use it to be kind, make good decisions, and solve problems without being judgmental. My mom always says, people without a past is like a tree without roots. Environmental resiliency, STEM cares, and Rialto Middle School Garden have provided me with the roots I need to begin my successful life journey. Emma Garcia.
Good evening, Principal Martinez, board members, and Acting Superintendent Dr. D'Souza. I'm Emma Garcia, an 8th grader at Rialto Middle School. Being in environmental resiliency changed how I see and do things. For example, last year, after learning how to make pomegranate jelly with the master preservers, I used my grandma's fruits to make gifts of jelly for our family and friends. Last year, as a farm manager, our first hydroponics unit grew lettuce for nutrition services. I was amazed at how simple the growing process is and how wonderful and tasty the lettuce was. Surprisingly, we harvest and supply nutrition services with our lettuce at least once a week. This year, the students of Rialto Middle School will be able to see the lettuce growing in the cafeteria and understand the farm-to-table connection. Miss Okuno, environmental resiliency, and the garden have positively impacted my life. It has shown me that I can be a leader. I mentor and assist newer members by instructing them on different projects and crops. Environmental resiliency taught me the importance of teamwork and team-building skills. I would like to extend an invitation to you all to come visit us one day so you can see what we are all about. Thank you so much for your attention. And if you would like, there are kale, radish, and pumpkins for you all to take. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, students, Ms. Acuna, Principal Mr. Ricardo Garcia, and our families for attending tonight's school board meeting. Go Tigers. I know what to do with my voice, I just can't find it. Okay. Dr. D'Souza, we move to report out of closed session.
So there are no reports from closed session.
All righty. Okay, we'll actually take this action in front of the camera this time, Board. Board of Education of the Rialto Unified School District, September 18th, 2024, regular board meeting. Due to school closure last week, the board meeting scheduled for Wednesday, September 11th, 2024, was rescheduled to tonight, September 18th, 2024. Therefore, the agenda of September 11th, 2024 will move forward to tonight as published. Motion and second, please.
So moved. Second.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Lewis, how do you vote?
Aye.
Clerk Dominguez?
Aye.
Vice President Montez?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Okay. That is actually the adoption of the agenda. So, moving on to B, presentations. There are no more. Comments, public comments on agenda items. Any person wishing to speak on any item on the agenda will be granted 3 minutes. Dr. D'Souza?
There are no items to speak on the agenda.
Okay, public comments not on the agenda. At this time, any person wishing to speak on any item not on the agenda will be granted 3 minutes.
We have several, President Martinez. First, we have Ana Gonzalez, who wants to. Ana Gonzalez, to please come up.
Welcome.
Good evening, Board of Education and family, staff. Ana Gonzalez, I am a Rialto resident, and I am happy to let you all know that I'm a parent again at Rialto Unified. My daughter is attending Myler High School, and I just want to give a huge shout out to the Myler staff and Dr. Patty Chavez and Dr. Burciaga for making it happen for my daughter to have that smooth transition back into Rialto Unified. The teachers have been so amazing to addressing her needs in her IEP, and I just want to say that her welcome back has been a great experience for her and our family as a whole, because now she's feeling like she is part of this community. So I want to thank the staff at Myler and the folks that made it happen to make that transition. I am also here to thank you all for closing our schools last week. As you all know, the fires were heavily impacting our community, but there is more than that. We, as a community, especially our little ones, our kiddos, are breathing faster than regular adults. Therefore, they have been breathing really toxic air the entire year. And so with the fires, it just made it worse. So I want to thank everybody Dr. Ed D'Souza for, keeping our kids safe. And during that week, our air is still not clean. I know the winds have shifted the fire smoke a little bit, but the diesel pollution from the heavy duty trucks from warehousing is still here. And so I want to make sure that parents know about that and make sure we do everything we can to still keep our kids as indoors as possible. And shout out to the garden. I know I had the privilege and opportunity to do a workshop with Alianza Latina to showcase the Rialto Middle School garden about 2 years ago. And I have had the privilege with my organization to sign on letters of support for grants that make these programs happen. So I am so excited to see the fruits, literally the fruits of this program, and the fact that our kids are learning about sustainability and environmental justice, which is a great passion of mine and my family's. So good job, Rialto. I'm here to give you all kudos, so thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Celia Saravia.
Buenas noches, miembros de la mesa directiva,
Good evening, board members,
presidente Mr. Martínez, vicepresidente Mr. Montes, superintendente activo Dr. De Souza y audiencia.
and audience.
Soy Celia Saravia y estoy acá representando al grupo de apoyo para padres de niños de educación especial.
My name is Celia Sarabia, and I'm here representing the parents of students with special needs.
Y también, bueno, ya lo mencionó Miss González, qué bueno que cerraron las escuelas porque estaba muy contaminado el ambiente para nuestros niños.
And as Ms. Gonzalez has mentioned, thank you so much for closing the schools.
Muy buena decisión para protegernos todos. Y también recordarles a los papás que vamos a empezar otra vez con las clases de USC. Creo que habían puesto que hasta septiembre 6.
And thank you so much for closing the schools. And I just want to remind parents that USC classes are going to be starting again.
Creo que habían puesto que la última fecha de registración era septiembre 6, pero yo sé que la doctora aquí nos puede dar la oportunidad de que sigamos registrándonos para tener la oportunidad de educarnos
I
en
know
literatura y en
regis-
matemáticas.
I know that registration, last date to register was September 6th, but I'm pretty sure that Dr. Gibbs is going to allow us a little bit more time to continue to register so that we can sign up for literacy and numeracy.
Empezamos en octubre, así que por favor, papás, aprovechen esta gran oportunidad porque es una gran herramienta que nos está dando nuestro distrito. Agradecerles a nuestra mesa directiva por estar siempre apoyándonos a nosotros los padres para que también nos eduquemos y podamos ayudar a nuestros hijos.
I want to make sure I thank the board for giving us this opportunity to continue to further our education and invite all parents to join so that we can continue supporting our students.
Recuerden que juntos hacemos la diferencia. Eduquémonos.
Remember that together we can make a difference. Let's go get school.
Buenas noches.
Have a good night.
Yes, yes. Next, we have Paula Bailey.
Welcome.
Good evening. I'm happy the air is much cleaner. President Martinez, board members, cabinet, and viewing audience. I'm Paula Bailey, parent and community member of this city and district. Tonight I'm coming to share as the school year has begun. I'm seeing some really amazing things happening. And as you know, I love sharing and celebrating them. I've seen how Eisenhower is really pushing forward to really try to move our PBIS program forward. We had a meeting the other day and we're really looking at some innovative ways to help kids cope with a lot of stuff that's going on in this world. With that said, I would like to share as a reminder that September is Suicide Awareness Month. As we all know, it's a silent killer. So just kind of check on your people. You know, they may seem like they're doing great, but check on your people. I also want to say how much I appreciate the staff throughout the district whose dedication to not only see student success, but maintain a level of care and professionalism toward the students, the caregiver, because it could be any kind of caregiver, and support individuals no matter how difficult it may be. The staff, I can say, do not intentionally create situations that would show a level of disrespect, you know, because why would they be here if that was their intention? It is sad because I've seen and heard that sometimes individuals misunderstand or, you know, have their frustrations and the staff isn't always treated with the respect that they should. You know, we need to respect the position and be respectful in how we communicate, you know, what our differences are. So, you know, because our kids are watching. We are the example for our kids for the future. With that said, if we all can take a moment and pause before we speak. Thank you and have a great evening. And I hope I see some of you guys Saturday in Redlands. It's going to be amazing. I'm excited about seeing the historical buildings, the memorial church and everything. We don't get the opportunity to see things of that nature. But have a great evening.
Thank you. Next, we have Amaya Bolton.
Before you get started, I love your t-shirts, the color.
They're from the Soul Sister, Soul Brother Leadership Camp.
Good evening, board members. We are the students of Blue Educational Foundation Soul Brothers, Soul Sisters Student Leadership Training, a training created to empower students with inspiration and tools to develop their leadership skills while engaging in activities that support college access and success, leadership development, and character building with the intent to return to our schools and communities. We are here this evening to thank the Rialto Unified School Board for sponsoring our attendance to this summer's Blues Educational Foundation Leadership Camp at San Diego State University that occurred from July 15th through the 19th. In addition to sharing our experiences from the camp this past summer and ultimately identifying reasons why this is a good opportunity and investment for this district and our students, the reasons are as follows. Hi, my name is Amaya Bolton and I am a senior at Carter High School. My first interaction with Blue Educational Foundation was attending the Soul Brothers, Soul Sisters Leadership Camp last summer at UC Santa Barbara. From the moment I arrived, I felt welcome and supported. It was clear that the staff genuinely cared about each student, including me. They worked hard to create an inclusive and uplifting environment. Coming from a background in leadership, having served as freshman and sophomore class vice president, I found the camp incredibly beneficial. Not only to give me practical tools to improve my public speaking skills, but also highlighted the importance of networking. At the time, I had just faced a setback losing my race to become junior class vice president, which left me doubting my leadership abilities. However, the camp reignited my confidence. Through the group discussions and activities, I found myself opening up and re-engaging with my passion for leadership. The camp was an important experience for me, and it inspired me to officially join Blue Educational Foundation after I returned home. From then on, I continued to grow and learn valuable lessons through their programs and mentorship. When the opportunity to attend the camp again this summer came, I eagerly accepted. Between my first experience and this recent one, my leadership roles on campus expanded significantly. I had taken on positions such as BSU Vice President, Key Club Secretary, and NHS Secretary. applying many of the skills I learned from this first camp experience. Despite this growth, I encountered new challenges that required me to evolve as a leader. The second camp provided me just that. It helped me refine my abilities to adapt to new situations and reminded me of the importance of flexibility in leadership. This time around, I felt more comfortable discussing difficult topics in group settings and gained even greater confidence in projecting my voice and ideas. The skills I developed in these camps were invaluable and instrumental in helping me secure my current role as ASB president. This experience had at both camps have taught me not only deepening my understanding of leadership, but also taught me how effectively managing multiple responsibilities. I credit much of my growth to the tools and insights provided by Blue Educational Foundation, and I'm excited to continue applying them in the future. Thank you.
Next, we have Marshall Plunkett.
Hello, everyone. My name is Marshall Plunkett. I am 17 years old and attend Eisenhower High School. I was invited to the BLU Education Foundational Summer Camp, known as Soul Brothers and Soul Sisters Leadership Camp. I had the pleasure of attending the leadership camp last year in 2023 at UC Santa Barbara. So when I was invited again, I was excited to go. These reasons include: 1, I made many friends that I still connect to and interact with to this day. 2, the camp helped me develop better interpersonal and social skills, which enhanced my personality. And 3, I felt like I naturally fit in with the environment and the people around me. From the peers to the chaperones, everyone in attendance was very welcoming, friendly, and relatable. Throughout the week, we did many activities that would be beneficial in the moment and long term. Go ahead. Various breakout activities played a crucial role in enhancing attendees' social skills. For instance, group problem-solving challenges like the group race to capture the flag on the beach required effective communication. The team-building exercises also fostered, specifically with the Black Glove activity, participants had to understand each other's perspectives and have active listening skills and work towards moving forward together for the better of our community. Overall, these activities were not only provided joy, but significantly contributed to the development of our social skills, which is essential. Since we are on a college campus during our free time, we got to go and explore almost the entirety of it. Once the camp came to an end, I felt more confident and was actually excited to go back to school. I was ready to see my new and old friends with my newly birthed social skills. I can say that the Soul Brothers and Soul Sisters Leadership Camp made me more productive, confident, focused, communicative, empathetic, stylish, and so much more that will be beneficial in my school, business, and social life. I hope this opportunity is available for my younger peers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jason Ruzan.
Good evening, board members. Hi, my name is Jason Rizan, and I'm currently a senior at Rialto High School. With about 3 weeks in the summer, I got an email from the Blue Educational Foundational System inviting me to the Soul Brothers, Soul Sisters Leadership Camp. At first, I kind of brushed it off because I wanted to spend the last days of my summer chilling at home, so I didn't even reply. As a quiet person who rarely likes to meet new people, this was a daunting thing for me. Going to a college campus with a whole bunch of people that I've never met, if you ask anyone that knows me, that's not something I'd usually be interested in. But after a lot of contemplation, I decided it would be a good opportunity for me to step out of my comfort zone and learn new things. So I decided to choose to go, and that ended up being a great decision. Once we arrived, I was introduced to my roommates in my group, and right off the bat, they all seemed like cool people, and it made me feel optimistic about how the week was going to be. At the camp, I came to really appreciate how easy it was to connect with people just like me. During the meals and free time, we all shared the same music taste that we grew up hearing, and it provided me a sense of comfort. If I'm being honest, growing up, I've never been one to be too interested in Black history or be very proud of being Black. But I would say one night that changed at the camp when we watched a movie called Stamped from the Beginning. And that's when it hit me. Seeing how far we've come as a race and how much more we have to go made me feel proud. It made me feel like I have a responsibility to continue the journey the people before me started and expand it. I wanted to change the way that we were looked at and go from being too accepted to being honored. This moment, along with others, brought it all together for me. I gained the pride of being Black. Looking back now, I realized that I took a leap of faith on something that was such a great opportunity for me. Now, when posed with the opportunity, I think about how it will be an opportunity where I can grow and gain great knowledge. And if the only thing stopping me from taking it is fear, then I should just take the chance.
Thank you.
I've always felt like I had good leadership skills.
Sorry.
I never liked to follow the trends and the crowds, and always tried to do the right things, whether or not I was the only one doing it. But my problem has always been speaking up and being vocal. But after going to the camp, I learned that speaking up and being a leader is something that I can do. For just one small example, my basketball team, I usually am one who waits for the coach to say something or make a correction. But now I've been more vocal, I've been more of a vocal leader for my teammates. And personally, after going to the camp, I do see a difference in myself, and I would say others recognize it too. I've always been one to do the right thing, but now I'm encouraging others to do the same. So I want to thank the Rialto School District for letting me have this opportunity. From the bottom of my heart, I really, truly do appreciate it. And also to the Blue Educational Foundation and everyone that made this possible. Thank you. I've met a lot of great people, made friends, and learned a lot about myself.
Next, we have Andrew Boyd.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Andrew Boyd, and I'm a senior at Wilmer Amina Carter High School. I'm an active leader in ASB, Mock Trial, Black Student Union, and I'm the newest member of the 5th District Youth Advisory Council under Joe Baca's office. During the summer, I was one of the participating students in Blue Educational Foundation's Soul Brothers and Soul Sisters Leadership Camp at San Diego State University. At the start of our trip, I noticed that I was the only young black man from my school attending, so I didn't know any of the other male students. Therefore, my first challenge had to be stepping out of my comfort zone and getting to know my peers, including my roommates. We started the trip with the icebreaker activity where everyone had to share a few facts about themselves. This helped everyone get to know each other everyone get to know each other or see what we had in common. The activity gave us a safe space, making it easier to relax and communicate. I enjoyed getting to know the Soul Brothers even more as we enjoyed activities such as basketball and kickball. My favorite moment was playing basketball with all the supervisors and staff. We had so much fun, and as a group, we were truly building stronger bonds and forming new friendships. During the camp, I learned how to be creative. We had to create and perform a chant as a team. We shared a few ideas while joking around and having fun, not really sure of how well we can do. However, it was to my surprise that everyone applauded our group performance with excitement, and this gave me the best boost in confidence. Another activity I found to be very rewarding was our voyage to the beach. We had to take a train ride, navigating ourselves with the goal to hunt down a flag. I'd never ridden a train using written directions, and the experience taught me how to navigate to wherever I needed to go. As a team, we learned teamwork, communication, and the importance of transportation. Every morning, we woke up at the same time and had to do a physical activity to energize our bodies and preparing us for the day, just like normal adults. In the evening, we'll do a cool-down activity before bedtime. The activities helped me understand the importance of discipline. In addition to this experience, Mrs. Walker, Dr. Walker, and other leaders were important aspects of this trip as they taught us about self-reflection, college preparation, leadership, and the importance of mental health. We learned so many valuable things, and that's why I'm here to voice my experience. It is my hope that our school district will continue to support and promote this program for other Black students. The Soul Brothers and Soul Sisters Leadership Camp was empowering, futuristic, and impactful, where students can learn vital leadership skills, preparing them for college and career opportunities. I would like to thank Blue and its staff for an exceptional learning adventure. The camp has enhanced my leadership skills, teaching me how to communicate with others, contribute to a team, develop discipline, and achieve success. As a young Black man, I feel more confident and better prepared as I build on these skills in my roles as an ASB member, BSU participant, Youth Advisory Council member, and most importantly, for college. Once again, thank you, Rialto Unified School Board, for sponsoring our attendance to this Blues Soul Brothers and Soul Sisters Leadership Camp, and we look forward to our continued engagement with their program. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Michael Montano.
Good evening, everyone in attendance and viewing audience at home. Michael Montano, 10-year Rialto resident, and this is my 17th year teaching in the district. First off, I'd like to give a shout out to our maintenance department, especially after the fires and the heat that we just had. keeping our air conditionings going and making sure that the filters were changed and everything to help us return to the classroom. Thank you, Dr. D'Souza and board, for giving the staff the 4 days to rest and recover, even though we were forced to stay indoors due to weather. September 4th, there was a school shooting, and it was the 45th school shooting in 2024. 2 teachers and 2 students lost their lives in that shooting. In 2023, a 6-year-old shot a teacher. A 6-year-old shot a teacher. In many of these shootings, people say there were signs. Last year, at one of our schools, a security officer had to physically struggle with a student to take possession of the gun the student brought to school. We're getting closer. Yes, we need to make our schools safer. We can't ignore warnings. There are consequences for not having consequences. Let's return to allowing our security officers to write citations, use penal code, so out-of-class behaviors doesn't get worse left unchecked. When small things are let to go by, they lead to bigger things that then become the new small thing. We need to adhere to warnings that start small. We cannot eliminate suspensions for the sake of reducing suspensions if the behaviors are still there. And I mention this because word has gotten out that we as a district need to reduce suspensions by 50% this year. If we're eliminating the behaviors, that's great. If we're just eliminating suspensions to make our dashboard look great, that's not safe for anyone. It's typically a male shooter in these school shootings, probably better than 99% of the times. It's obvious there's a breakdown in the upbringing of males. We need more mentoring programs, and we need to stop being so accepting of behaviors that would have gotten us suspended, if not expelled, when we were in school. The school year is still very early. If there are no consequences, there may be consequences. About 6 or 7 years ago, we cut down suspensions, just suspending even though the behaviors were happening, and then suspensions increased as negative behaviors escalated. Let's not repeat that. It's a shame that safety is such a topic of conversation. When I first started in the district, we were at a time where safety was the norm. Out of time. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it.
Okay, thank you, Dr. D'Souza. Okay, comments from association executive board members, Rialto Education Association.
Mr. Brinker.
Good evening, board members, Acting Superintendent D'Souza, and Board President Martinez. On behalf of our members, I want to thank Dr. D'Souza and the board for closing the district last week during the line fire. While we worked on Monday, September 9th, it quickly became clear that air quality was so bad that we needed to close. Our members who live in those evacuation areas were especially thankful, as they had a lot on their hands trying to make sure that they were safe. So taking the rest of the week off was the right decision. On September 4th, there was a school shooting in Appalachia, Georgia, where 2 students and 2 teachers were killed. You may wonder why I bring this up here in Rialto, California. Even though we're far away, these tragedies hit close to home. I've been teaching since 1995, and since the Columbine shooting in 1999, teachers like me have had to face the reality that schools are not always safe. That same fear resurfaced at Sandy Hook, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, and now Appalachia. Every time we hear of another school shooting, teachers across the country feel the weight of it. We know it could happen anywhere, even here. That's why school safety is so important. It's also why so many of us were upset when the district removed campus police officers during COVID, and it took 4 years to bring them back. Many teachers feel that the contract for the school resource officers was only renewed because some of you are up for re-election. For the past 3 years, teachers have spoken about the rise in violence on our campuses, but the data doesn't reflect that. Why? The reason is that administrators are being pressured to lower suspension rates. Fights are being labeled as horseplay, and violent students are sent back to class. Teachers who try to protect themselves by suspending students from their classroom are sometimes punished by being forced to attend after-school meetings. Imagine this: a student acts out and a teacher uses their right to classroom suspension, but then the teacher is sent to a training for classroom management as if they did something wrong. It feels like the district is punishing the teachers instead of addressing student behavior. One example stands out. Last year, a middle school teacher was alone in her classroom during open house when a group of former students came in to scare her. She felt unsafe and reported it to her principal, but nothing was done. This year, she refused to attend back to school night because she felt her safety concerns had been ignored. Elementary teachers are facing similar issues. State rules prevent them from using recess as a consequence for misbehavior. Even when students are disruptive, they still get to go to recess. In cases where students become violent and start flipping desks or throwing chairs, teachers are told to take the rest of the class outside and let the student vent. This sends the wrong message to both the violent student and the rest of the class. Last year, there was an incident at Jehu Middle School where a possible gun was reported and the SWAT team was called in. The school was on lockdown and both teachers and students were terrified. As rumors spread on social media and through text messages, the situation became even more chaotic. Thankfully, no one was hurt, but it highlighted some serious safety concerns. Over the past few years, we've also heard from parents and students who've come to these board meetings to share stories of bullying and assaults on campus. In fact, in February of 2022, Rialto made the national news when 2 administrators were accused of failing to report assaults. Despite these challenges, the Rialto Education Association asked for support time and time again. Last year, we worked with the district to create PROACT training for our teachers to help manage these difficult situations. This year, the district has offered that training on Saturdays with no pay. We need to offer this training to all teachers and compensate them for their time. If we want to protect our students, we need to start by supporting our teachers. As I've said many times before, if teachers don't feel safe, our students don't feel safe. Let's work together to make our schools safer for everyone. Thank you.
California School Employees Association, CSEA. Thank you. Communication Workers of America, CWA.
Good evening, Honorable Board and staff. I am Teresa Hunter with CWA Local 9588. We represent Rialto Unified School District and San Bernardino City Unified School District. We are here this evening to support the contract that we came to agreement with Rhonda Kramer and staff. And so we're just here this evening to support that. We have that on the agenda. This is a contract that will carry us through 2027. It's from 2024 to 2027. And so we'd like to greet everyone and just let you know we're here to support that. Oh, by the way, this is Heather. This is Heather Estruck. She is our chief steward for Rialto. So that is why you see Heather most of the time. We have to kind of split our time up because we have a lot of guest teachers that we represent, over 1,300 in San Bernardino and approximately 350 or so here in Rialto. So anyway, thank you so much, and everyone have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Rialto School Managers Association. Okay. The crickets are alive and well. Okay. Comments from Acting Superintendent Dr. D'Souza.
Thank you, President Martinez. And thank you to Rialto Middle School for opening tonight's meeting with a detailed tour of their spectacular garden. I know firsthand that Dr. McMillan and Dr. Joanne Quire wrote the Green Schools grant that started that garden. And I want to say it was a real collaboration between food service, nutrition services, and education services, because you can actually see the progress kids are making in science and in writing and in literacy and in math with all the measurements with the garden project. I do also want to give thanks to Miss Stacy Akuno, because that lady is amazing. She has brought several grants along with that garden, and also Principal Ricardo Garcia. I also want to take a moment to share that you will get to see this garden if you come on Rialto Middle School's 100th anniversary celebration, which is going to be on October 10th from 4:30 to 7 p.m., and all are welcome to attend that event. It was also nice to hear from our middle school. No, they didn't speak today, so I'm sorry. Okay, I would also want to extend my heartfelt thanks to everyone for their patience and cooperation to us during our school closure last week on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. It's never easy to close schools, but we put the safety of our students and staff first due to the hazardous air quality for the recent wildfires in our area. The recent line fire tested our resilience and required a well-thought-out, decisive decision to ensure the safety and well-being. During this challenging time, our district innovation and congruence teams worked along with us to make sure safety was important. With many leads in the district, thank you first for our safety officers and our safety supervisors who are at all our campuses monitoring the schools and support sites during the full closure. Also, big shout out to some of our unsung heroes, like our bus drivers who still had to take students to California School of the Deaf in Riverside, the mechanic who was on duty in the bus yard, our telephone man, Javier Vasquez, who was on work on making sure all the school bells were off so they did not interfere with the school alarms. And thank you to our nutrition services administrative team and all our administrators from personnel, business services, special education and education services, and our own REA president, Mr. Tobin Brinker, who all showed up, and our board members, two board members, who all showed up for our grab and go meal service last Thursday. It was really amazing to see everyone come together to help our families. Also, a big thank you to communication services and risk management who worked together to send the different communiques to parents, telling them whether school was open or closed. And the spirit of cooperation was intense, with many of our leaders joining hands. It was also no surprise that great things are happening in Rialto. The Rialto Unified School District has also set a standard of excellence in social emotional wellness, with two of our schools, Rialto High and Rialto Middle, earning the highest distinction of Platinum in the California Positive Behavior Interventions and Supports Program, also known as PBIS. The recognition is not just a badge of honor, but a testament to the relentless dedication of our staff and students who strive to maintain an atmosphere where everyone is respected and empowered. Congratulations to Rialto High School Principal Dr. Carolyn Sweeney and Rialto Middle School Principal Mr. Ricardo Garcia Felix for their outstanding achievement. In total, 25 of our school sites and service areas were honored, spanning from bronze to platinum, reflecting a broad commitment to proactive strategies that encourage positive behavior and engagement. This achievement is particularly notable as it builds the foundation set by Jehu Middle School, which achieved the platinum status a few years ago. It's a clear indication that our practices are not just effective, but sustainable, creating safer, more inclusive, and supporting educational environment. Yesterday, I also had the pleasure of attending the United College Action Network HBCU recruitment fair at Wilma Carter Amina High School. It was a joy to watch our high school students' face light up as they accepted their acceptance and scholarships to the historic black colleges and universities, and I know Dr. Lewis was there. I'm happy to report it was a successful event as our students explored higher education opportunities. Students earned an incredible $1.2 million in scholarships throughout this UCAN fair. There were 120 scholarships and acceptances awarded. Of these, 6 of our students earned a full ride scholarship, and congratulations to all students, an awesome job. The events also connects our students with prestigious universities and also opens doors to substantial scholarship opportunities. A big shout out to Dr. Ayana Bologan, Agent of Equity, Access and Excellence from Education Services, and everyone who helped to make this event possible. Together, we celebrate every student's journey towards achieving their dreams of being future ready. Earlier today, we celebrated the spirit of democracy at Rialto High School with the Family Feud Voting Edition, a game show style quiz in Rialto High School, where Mr. Joseph Sanchez's AP government class participated. The unique event was a collaboration with the San Bernardino Register of Voters Office, who advocates for early voter registration. Thank you to Dr. Carolyn Sweeney, Assistant Principal Michael Pfeiffer, and also a big thank you to Carrie Gilbreth, who was the daughter of Mrs. Nancy Kodiak, after which Kodiak Elementary is named, to make this possible. Our students actively engaged in a lively competition, answering questions based on a 100-person survey about elections and voter education. I share with our young scholars that the excitement of voting for the first time after becoming a U.S. citizen and how important that was. I also expressed how empowering it feels to participate in our democracy and the importance of every single vote. And hot off the press, we have an employee health and wellness fair on September 24th from 2 to 5 p.m. at our district office. There will be great prizes, food sampling, dental and vision options. Following the California Department of Education guidelines, a Happy Hispanic Heritage Month, which is from September 15th to October 15th. On Saturday, September 28th, from 5:30 to 9:30 p.m., we partnered with the City of Rialto for Viva La Festa at Jerry Eves Park. This came a result of Joseph Williams, who has been collaborating with the City of Rialto Community Development Center, Cynthia Crawford Alvarez. This district has a stage where over 8 student acts will be performed that night with cultural dances, songs, and speech, and we hope to see you there. And finally, I want to wish Clerk Evelyn Dominguez a very happy belated birthday. Ms. Dominguez, we got an extended holiday for your birthday, which we all enjoyed.
Fire's not my fault. Fire's not my fault.
And I'm sure you celebrated every day with your son. So thank you so much. And again, I wish everyone a wonderful week.
Ms. Dominguez, I told you not to light all those candles. Okay. Comments from members of the Board of Education. Dr. Lewis.
Well, our school year is in full swing, and I would like to express my gratitude to the firefighters and essential workers who provided service during the recent firestorm. In the display of Rialto RESC Pride, the leadership team pivoted swiftly to ensure that student, teachers, risk management, financial services were able to accommodate the paid days. Checks weren't lost. The staff and the health and wellness, that's the driving force behind the school closure. The things that you can't see are the most dangerous. Think of COVID, think of particles that you breathe. Those are the most dangerous. The facility management team, custodial for the extra cleaning, nutritional services, packing up the meals, school safety, health services, communication. We work seamlessly together to pack, to transport, to serve the students, family, and communities. What I call is boxes of nutritional compassion. That's what we were serving. We were serving compassion. Thank you, team. Our Rialto Pride is always on full display. So after receiving our special services audit report, there was like a couple of major themes. But one of the important themes in reviewing that is that the parents were feeling that the same parents were always serving on most of the advisory council. When you go to our parent summit, when you go to our divergent games, you see stacks and full and each parent night in an open house. They want a chance to learn and to serve in committee. So I'm really asking our school sites, our administrative sites, when we selecting parents, hey, have they previously served before? Are they already on a committee? We do not have to duplicate our parents and community voices when we have over 25,000, and you double that with parents and cover. So that's something that we can do. The other major thing was the teacher felt that their classroom input was not heard or was drowned out. So I had the privilege, I was invited to visit the SEED classroom. And the SEED is sort of like the pre-K kindergarten balance between special needs. And I worked with the teachers, the aide, the behavioral, and we made assessment that key questions were not asked on registration. So it's very hard to plan if you do not know. Like most of our parents think, okay, you have to be potty trained before you attend kindergarten. That's not necessarily true. So if that question is not asked, you know, are you potty trained? A lot of their time is spent with diapering because you're training that. So if we have that on the registration, and this is what the SEED teachers, so they went across all the schools to say, hey, these questions we pulled up, they're not even asked. So how can the teacher plan or how can the administrator plan if we have this cohort? So, you know, we sort of had a rough matrix and then they had their fine tune and then they were able to meet with their leadership team on their union side and the leadership team on the superintendent. And they came to a nice conclusion. This is working together, identifying that something wasn't there and really coming to a better conclusion. You know, when we think about this, we think about the UCAN, which was wonderful. They signed that day. It was so much exciting. But then we started talking. I talked with the counselors, and they say, look, permission slips are paper. They're not electronic. So when the fires happen, some of the students, you know, weren't able to get their permission slips. Wouldn't it be great to have electronic? The parent, like, oh, I forgot. Let me text this over. You know, these are ways when the staff and the students think about how can we better. It was called like interprofessional collaboration. That's something that we can look at. They say, hey, this could go across the board. We can digitally have permission slips that go to the secretary, the person transportation. Those were things just as a positive environment that we just say, hey, what if? And this is something that I really think that as we put our heads together, we can come up with a lot of positive solutions. I am just thinking about the garden. And I'm listening to school safety, and I'm listening to suspension. You know, Frisbee do not have a garden, a gym. You know, and so when we're looking at clusters, we, as a board, we say, hey, let's look at these title funds. So schools or teachers that's having problem can say, hey, this money is earmarked for that. These teachers should have it because it's a Title I or it's an at-risk school. They should have that extra support because it's funded there. It gets buried in the general fund. So that's why when you go through your LCAP and things like that, we have the funds that's earmarked for mentoring programs and things like that. Now it's the working together as a team, finding out which program, what you need to come up with solution, but not saying this is a one fit all. This is what really pulling things together. I am celebrating Hispanic Awareness Month. And, you know, I celebrate everything for a celebration. And in honor of Cuban-American singer Cecilia Cruz, the Queen of Salsa. And, you know, Dr. Lewis can get her salsa on with no problem. Okay, but she is the first Afro-Latina to appear in the U.S. quarter. At a time when salsa was dominated by the male singer, she was a female singer who really brought it to life. She's recorded over 80 albums, gained worldwide fame, and she's recognized with 23 Golden Grammy Award for Latin Grammy and the President National Medal of Arts. So, you know, it's very important for us to celebrate all cultures, all events, all histories. That's how we learn and to move forward. But I want us to really celebrate the Rialto Pride, how we pull together, how we work together. Principals, teachers, students, staff, you know, you're amazing. You know, Arrowhead Regional Medical Center with the board of San Bernardino County had just did their groundbreaking on pediatric adolescent behavioral health. So the issue has always been here. Now the funding is to support. So, when it's time for extra counselors, if those schools have a high suspension or they're earmarked, you should have that justification, and we want to see it across our desks. We don't request a fund, but we can encourage when we want to have a holistic approach to this situation. Because in those instances that you said, a lot of that was parents did not take their child request seriously. And it moved, and it sort of trickled up. So, there's an issues usually start not just at the school site. The beginning is usually in a home or group home or environment. As a public institution, we cannot cherry pick, but we will work with and use a variety of tools that we have available. Thank you.
Okay, Clerk Dominguez.
Thank you so much. Well, happy Hispanic Heritage Month. This is my favorite month of the year, not only because it's my birthday month, but because I am a proud Guatemalan woman. I instill that into my children, even though they're half Mexican, but I always tell them to always remember their Guatemalan side. Teaching kindness. Teaching kindness starts at a young age. I want to congratulate Cordiac Elementary for their kindness assembly that they had for their scholars. This goes to show that our district does try to promote and try to teach kindness, and that's where it begins. It begins at a young age. Second of all, I want to thank all of our families and especially our first responders, our firefighters, our nurses, our police officers, everybody that was involved, our 911 dispatchers, everybody that was there for fighting the fires, and support staff as well. Even nurses were impacted, nursing homes, hospitals that were shut down. Where do you take those patients? You take them somewhere else. Our staff is amazing. You guys, families are amazing as well, as they were patient with our closures, our safety officers that watched our schools, our maintenance department that fixed our air conditionings and changed our filters. Our busy bees. A big thank you to our busy bees, our nutrition services, and their efforts with our grab and go meals. I want to thank Mr. Tobin Brinker, our union president, our teachers union president, for being out there and loading food into our cars. I even saw him chasing a car to make sure our community had food. Our department heads that were out there making boxes, making meals, moving boxes, directing traffic, our safety officers, even our resource officers were out there making sure that everything was running smoothly. And I love to serve our community. I love seeing all of us working together for that common goal. UCAN was amazing. I saw the highlights on Instagram. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to go since I had to work that day. Congratulations to all the students who got scholarships and that were able to, get accepted into colleges. However, the vision that we should be looking for next year is, and I brought this up before, is a Latino College Expo, which is completely free to all high schoolers. It is located in Laverne, and on Saturday, September 14, they held their 11th annual expo in Laverne University. They had on-the-spot acceptances, scholarships, and information about how to get accepted into colleges under the DACA and under the DREAM Act. There was over 100 colleges and universities that focused on HSIs, which are the Hispanic Service Institutions. And this is something that all of our scholars should be exposed to. And this is the best part, is that it's free. So it's no cost to our district. So all of our scholars should be exposed to this. I understand that college is not for everyone, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be exposing them to it. We should be giving them these options. Our student voice is very important. I love how these young men and women came up here and spoke about their experiences at a college. I love hearing how the Blue Foundation, how they come up here and they speak on how they want these programs to be funded. That's amazing. I love hearing our DSAC students in our middle school and our high school. But when do we hear our elementary voice? We don't. We need to continue, as we continue progressing in our district, I want to hear from our elementary voice. I want to have our elementary students come up here and report to us what they're doing in their schools. Even if it's just once a month or even every other month, they should be coming up here and letting us know what they're doing or what they want. That's what I want to hear. We shouldn't be limiting our voices, our student voice, just to the high schoolers and to our middle schoolers. We should be allowing and being fair to all of our Rialto USD students. CABE is coming up, and they are accepting applications for their mariachi competition. As I and Mrs. Lewis was a witness to Rialto High's mariachi's performance and how they had a room full of an audience full of crying audience with their song Llorar Llorar, I hardly encourage them to participate in this competition. Their grand prize, if they are the number one winner, is $2,000, and I know that we have just been awarded the title 28 or 26 fund. Is it 28 or 26? 28. We have the resources, and as we're talking about the budget and we're talking about allocating funds, we can help support them to where we can get them there to get that competition. I am very excited in the direction that our district is headed to, and as things are shifting, I hear the word unity. I like that word unity. Rialto is united, and I want to keep it that way. We need to be united with our teachers. We need to be united with our security officers. We need to be united with our special education, united within our cultures. We're united. We just need to be united. There should be no division. Us as board members are united. If we were not united, we wouldn't get no work done. So that's all I have for tonight. And I want that word to just think about that. Think about that word unity. So Rialto is united. Thank you.
Vice President Montez.
Thank you, Board President, Mr. Martinez. Ditto to everything everybody said. Ms. Dominguez, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Ms. Lewis, I just wanted to compliment you on your beautiful huipil, traditional huipil that you're sporting tonight. And I can totally agree with your sentiments about being open and respectful of different cultures. So thank you for honoring us tonight and wearing a traditional huipil. For those who don't know, the huipils have been found in stone carvings inside the pyramids. That's how old they go back. They've been used. So I'm sure we're going to see a lot of huipils for Dia de los Muertos and all the upcoming festivities.
Should I say gracias?
De nada.
Yeah.
I also just want to piggyback on a couple things that our teachers union representatives spoke about tonight. I think that the training is the PART training used to be PART, I don't know, PARC now, I don't know exactly what the acronyms are, but it's specialized training for employees to deal with, stopping a fight or an attack or, and it's very important that we continue on the path of getting our people trained, our teachers, our classified personnel, everybody that can benefit from this type of specialized training. And if we paid for it in the past, I don't see a problem with us paying for it, moving forward. When we consider budget constraints, when we consider, we got to save here, we got to save there. When it comes to safety, we really shouldn't be so conservative when it comes to safety, especially because, we want people to be trained to better help themselves and those around them. I definitely believe that it should be paid training for all employees, not just our teachers, for all our employees. So we could definitely look at that moving forward. Dr. D'Souza, you do you do the research on it and bring something for the board for us to deliberate on that. I also just want to say that we live in difficult times, with some of the comments that were made regarding school shootings, regarding, guns in the schools. I think the district's done a good job at taking steps, bringing the school resources officers back. Definitely was a big step. And I just want to make it clear that not because anybody's up for election, but because I know for a fact that many people, most people on this board, everyone that's here tonight has advocated for bringing back our resource officers for a long time. So if they were not brought back immediately or anybody dragged their feet, it was not anybody from this board. So with that, we are glad that they're back. A lot of parents a lot of parents and teachers and employees feel safer that our resource officers are back. But we continue to work hard and look for ways to improve our school safety, to improve conditions of concerns in regards to safety. The other thing that I just wanted to touch on is I do agree that we have to take safety and threats serious. I agree 100%. Any valid threats, any valid concerns in regards to safety in any way should be looked at, investigated, dealt with. People should be held accountable. But at the same time, when we're dealing with children, sometimes children just say things to kid around or play around. And if we're gonna hold them accountable for making jokes or playing around, we need to develop a policy where we're gonna make it known to parents and students, hey, if your kid clowns around and messes around and says they're gonna shoot up a school, they're gonna shoot their classmates or shoot their teacher, make sure they know that they can be suspended or expelled for that. And there's a thin line, sometimes it's like, what does a kid do when you tell them not to touch the red button? The more you tell them, don't touch that red button, don't touch that red button. There's some kids that are just gonna go do it anyways, just because you told them not to. So when kids are playing around and messing around and saying, hey man, just leave me alone, you feel like making me want to do this. We need to let all of our students and everybody know that they have to be careful what they say. And what the consequences are of their actions. Obviously, if someone makes a post, it's a little bit more serious or whatnot. But if a kid's kidding around and tells his friend, hey, this person makes me want to do this, if they're going to be held accountable for that, we need to tell them, hey, be careful what you say. These things are not taken lightly. You could be suspended or even expelled for making a threat, or even or you could even be arrested, or police could show up at your home and search your house if you say, you have a toy gun, but you said it was you saying that it's a gun and you're not saying it's a toy gun. Someone could show up at your house. So what I'm trying to say is, yes, we need to take things serious, but at the same time, if we're gonna go to that extreme and hold people accountable for, even when they're kidding around or they said something they didn't mean, we need to tell them that can happen, so that everyone understands the seriousness of the situation, because nobody wants a tragedy. We don't want a tragedy. Thank God we haven't had one, and hopefully we won't. But I just think we could do a little better notifying our students and our parents of the severity of the consequences, even for just joking around. I mean, geez, if we had $1 for every time somebody said to somebody else, just die already, or somebody gets angry and says, I'm gonna kill you, it'd be a different world, right? But I think we just need to do a better job in communicating to everyone the seriousness of our words, right? We understand free speech, but at the same time, we can't let everybody go around, just threatening people, even if they're just joking around, right? And if we are going to do that, we need to let people know that of what can happen. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you, everyone, for your comments. And let's get the show on the road. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and Vice President Montez. I'm actually going to bypass comments again, lucky you. Going to save my voice, see if I can get through the entire evening. It's been a while. Okay, opening public hearing. Any person wishing to speak on the item on the public hearing agenda will be granted 3 minutes. Can I have a motion and a second, please?
So moved?
Second.
Jinx.
Thank you. And to open it up, can I have your vote board all at once? Aye.
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 Time is 8:43. And this is form for public disclosure of proposed collective bargaining agreement, AB 1200, Communication Workers of America. I say it every time I see AB 1200. For anyone who's interested in the numbers, the dollar amounts, this is the form. It's in this week's agenda, supposedly last week's agenda, but because of the fires, it's this week. Those numbers are in here. And look for that form to be announced, AB 1200, because that's your chance to go and find out what you're getting, what they're asking, what's been agreed to in this case. So, pursuant to the requirements of government code and board policy, the form for public disclosure of proposed collective bargaining agreement, AB 1200, statutes of 1991, Chapter 1213, as revised by AB 2756, statutes of 2004, Chapter 25, Government Code 3547.5, between the Communication Workers of America, CWA, and the Rialto Unified School District Board of Education, is hereby posted in compliance with the legislation requirements for public notice. Okay, do we have any speakers on the public hearing? Dr. D'Souza?
Don't have any.
Okay. Board, do you have any questions, comments?
I just want to thank our lovely representatives from CWA for being here tonight, and we're glad that you guys were able to work out a good deal. And obviously, it's a good deal if you agreed to it. So, thank you guys for coming here and always being fine representatives.
And personally, I'd love to see more of you here. So,
Several places.
oh, yes, absolutely.
Just clone yourself, that's it, just clone yourself.
I want
will-
you to know Heather holds down the fort for you.
Yes, she does. A woman of few words.
Yes, it was very important today because owing to that this was canceled from last week, we had a conference today, the legislative part of CWA. We were in Sacramento, so I skid in here just in time.
Oh, wow. Well, thank you for being here with us tonight.
Absolutely. In lieu of your not being able to clone yourselves, I'll take more substitute teachers. What are they? Guest teachers, right? I like that.
With that, I make a motion to close public hearing.
Thank you.
Second?
Okay, vote by board members.
Aye.
Aye. Time is 8:46. E, consent calendar items. All items on the consent calendar will be acted upon in one motion unless pulled by Board of Education members or the superintendent for individual action. Okay, hold on a second. Can I have a motion and a second, please?
So moved?
Second.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Lewis, what do you have for us?
E 2.2.
Okay, you want to pull that?
I have a question on it, so can we go?
Is there any other items?
Does anyone have any other polls or other questions?
If not, then I make a motion that we approve all items on the consent calendar with the exception of E 2.2 for separate action.
Okay, so it's okay to put it that way. Usually it's an amendment, and I'm just getting nitpicky. We run it very lax, so let's go the easy way. I like your way. Okay, we will pull everything else. No other questions or comments on other business. So, let me get there. Vote by board members.
Wait, was there a second?
Oh, second.
Thank you. Dr. Lewis?
Aye.
Clerk Dominguez?
Aye.
Vice President Montez?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Okay, E 2.2, approve the Community Advisory Committee. And Dr. Lewis, go ahead.
Yes, in review of the special needs audit, one of the main concern was having parents and community members that weren't previously serving, having a variety. So, have we selected the members for this?
So Dr. Scott, go ahead.
Hi.
Welcome, Dr. Scott.
Hi, well, thank you.
Welcome back. You look great.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Good evening, Board President Martinez, board members, Superintendent D'Souza. Sorry, I was rushing over here, but innovation and the members of the viewing audience. I am Dr. Sonia Scott. I am the lead agent for special services, and I'll be happy to answer your questions regarding the Community Advisory Committee. So you had asked
Yes,
about-
the question is, part of the audit and part of what the parents, teacher, and community, they wanted to make sure that the parents and community members were new, wasn't the same serving parents or community members that were serving on other advisory committees or serving in another capacity, because we have abundance of special needs parents or community members, and they've never been given the chance to participate. So with this formation, have we selected, have you notified the other parents or community members that there was an opening for this?
Yes, we did. So back in June, there was a message that went out. It went out through communication. So it went out through our Parent Square and Parent View, and then we also posted it on social media. So we put out information that we would like to recruit parents to participate in our East Valley SELPA Community Advisory Committee. This will be for a 2-year term. It was sent out through a Google form for parents to apply. This went out for the SELPA. We also put out one for our CPAC. The CPAC is the Special Education Parent Advisory Committee that we are establishing here in Rialto. So parents had the option of submitting their name, explaining to us what their interest was. And so when I sent this out, it went out to all families. I only had 3 individuals that expressed interest. 2 of those individuals had already been very active with East Valley SELPA and had participated before. So they said that they would like to continue. So those are the individuals whose names were submitted.
So my question is at the divergent games that we have a lot of parents, there's never recruitment there. We had 2 special centers, open house, and they weren't talked to. A lot of times, if you haven't been engaged in the system, you don't know. So you have to be recruited. So I think because you have some parents who've already been so engaged, they know what it's about. But it's not that the other parents, because in this task force, a lot of different parents responded, and that was their issue, that they were not really sought after. So it's sort of a training. I think on something this important, we have the list. I've sat into some of your special eds leadership, and different parents came in too. So I think I would like to hold this to see you sort of, or your staff, personally recruit, tell them what it's about. You might have some of the other parents who've been on a training, because we have to do this. We can't keep indoctrinating and not training the other parents, because they want. That's what they're in the task force. They want to participate, and we need to hear their voice. Being in the special ed classroom, observing, I see a lot of cultures, different cultures in there. I don't see really the lower preschool, a representation of the lower grades, higher grades. We have to actively, we have their numbers recalled. They've been in some of our literacy classes. You know, they say. So you
Yeah,
say,
they have.
hey, I'm going to be with you. It's not by yourself. We're going to train you. I think we should hold that until we get a fresh start.
I don't mind putting something out again.
And I appreciate all you're doing. I mean,
Oh,
that
yeah, no
booklet was
problem.
really a good way to start it, rip the Band-Aid off. And so let's try to adjust something that we can right now.
Okay, I will send something out. I usually do send out emails to our parents. So there is a newsletter that will be going out to families. So I'll begin to recruit for more before the SELPA. I think a lot of our parents do want to be more involved here at the local level. And so we do have a long list of parents that want to be in CPAC. So I will reach out to them and also offer them the opportunity as well.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you. Any more questions?
I do. I have one. So you received more participation for the community advisory committee versus a SELPA.
So the Community Advisory Committee is through the SELPA.
Okay.
So what we are having here in Rialto is CPAC. And so that is the Special Education Parent Advisory Committee here. So I have more participants for the one that we're going to start here in Rialto versus the one with SELPA. So the CAC is through East Valley SELPA, and so the families would go there and participate in their meetings. So that is more of a community with all of the districts that belong to East Valley SELPA.
Okay.
So we just participate in that, but I think our families want to be more involved in our CPAC because that is local and it's here and working directly with me. The SELPA is not involved in that one.
Okay, so that's more of like a community, more outsourcing.
Yes,
Okay.
here in Rialto, yes.
Got it. Okay.
And then also, let me remind our district that it's been a long time goal of many on this board to bring in our own SELPA, get away from the county SELPA, and have our own SELPA, just like Fontana Unified, just like Ontario Montclair, just like other districts have done so.
That's our goal.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's part of our plan, it's part of our vision, is to have our own SELPA and
To be
kind of
able
have
to
things
better,
more
better
local
represent
here. Yes,
directly.
our own governance, yes.
More training.
Yes, more training, more.
But the more opportunities for parents to serve the broader
Right.
base. So thank you for understanding and
yes.
look forward. And I know there's different people that, even when you have your teachers who they're picking up from school, sometimes they have to be educated what it's all about, and they can give you a list of parents who haven't served that are willing.
Right. We'll
So
do a
even
little bit
though-
more marketing.
So even though others have dragged their feet in bringing the SELPA in-house, we're gonna leave the challenge now to
Oh, yeah,
you.
we're ready.
In your hands.
Dr. Chavez?
And we will be here to
We
support
just
you.
talked about that. Thank you. Thank you. All right, thank you.
So
Thank
this
you.
If you
So
need
this-
anything, let us know. You and I spoke at the diversity games.
Yes.
And you had a plan. Can the board have a copy of that through the superintendent's office, please?
Yes,
Any
most
updates
definitely.
you have?
Yes, I
That
would
way
do
we
that.
can support you
Absolutely.
appropriately.
Okay, thank you. That was good. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And you too, Dr. Chavez, please know that whatever you guys need, let's make it happen. Let's bring SELPA to Rialto, our own SELPA.
Yes.
Whatever you guys need.
I agree.
So, Mr. President, I think it's agreement that we can sort of pull and give her time to recruit for
that item?
Fresh, yes.
I agree.
Sure.
I
I'll do
agree.
that. Okay, thank you.
There's no timeline.
Well, there is a meeting coming up next week, so any families can participate and go on and listen. So I'll put that message out there. I'll put it on our website. Typically, we should present this every 2 years. So it's been a while since Rialto has submitted names, so we're okay. But we do have families that will participate, and so I'll make sure that other people know about it as
And
well.
they should, as long as we're still paying the county SELPA, we should have parent involvement
Yes.
in whatever way possible.
Exactly.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you
thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so item E.2.2 is pulled. And Dr. D'Souza, can you put it back on the agenda when it's ready? Yeah, we will. Thank you. Okay, we are going over to F.
You also want to add, we do provide parents the mileage to attend this helper meeting.
Okay, sounds good.
Well, if you let more parents know about that, we might get more
I know.
volunteers.
Please have Dr. Scott send that out
Right, we will.
as part of the package.
Sure.
Thank you so much. Okay, discussion action items. Authorization to utilize California participating addendum number 723705504 under Minnesota Master Agreement number 23011, 23011, awarded to HP Inc., doing business as HP Computing and Printing Inc. Motion and second, please.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. This is to approve the use of California participating addendum, addendum number 723705504 at a cost to be determined at the time of purchase and to be paid using various funds. Questions or comments, board? Okay, seeing none, ready to vote. Dr. Lewis.
Aye.
Dominguez.
Aye.
Montez.
Aye.
And myself, aye. F2, authorize the purchase, warranty, installation, and maintenance of technology, hardware, software, and solutions from Converge One Inc., utilizing California Multiple Award Schedule, CMOS, number 32108-1060, 32301-1070, and 32404-1055, and 31970-2486Q. Okay, motion second, please.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. This is to approve the use of California Multiple Award Schedule, CMOS numbers. Here we go again. 32108-1060, 32301-1070, 32404-1055, and 31970-2486Q from Converge One Inc. at a cost to be determined at the time of purchase and to be paid using various funds. Questions or comments, board? Seeing none, Dr. Lewis?
Aye.
Ms. Dominguez?
Aye.
Montez?
Aye.
And myself, aye. F3, authorize.
Board President, if I don't mean to impose, but if you would like for me to read the verbiage and you just call for the motions and the votes to help you with that voice, because we know that you haven't fully recuperated, and I don't want you hurting by the end of the night.
So far, so good, but thank you. I will take you up on your offer.
Okay. F3, authorize the purchase and warranty of janitorial supplies, equipment, and services from Imperial Bag and Paper Company, LLC, utilizing California Multiple Award Schedule, CMAS number 424031036.
I'll make the motion.
So, second?
And that's to approve the use of California Multiple Award Schedule, CMAS number 424031036 from Imperial Bag and Paper Company, LLC, at a cost to be determined at the time of purchase and to be paid using various funds.
Okay. Questions or comments, board? Hearing none, Dr. Lewis?
Aye.
Ms. Dominguez?
Aye.
Vice President Montez?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Continue, please.
F4, amend the board approval to file a notice of completion and approve the change orders for Terra Pave Inc. as part of bid number 2324005.
I'll make the motion.
So, second.
And that's to amend the initial dollar amount for the work completed by Terra Pave Inc. from $1,545,066 to $1,575,066 to be paid from the general fund routine repair maintenance account or Fund 14 deferred maintenance, except the work completed on June 17, 2024 by Terra Pave Inc. for the district office and enrollment center asphalt project, and authorize district staff to file a notice of completion with the San Bernardino County Recorder.
Thank you. Dr. Lewis or Let me
Aye.
ask for questions first.
I do have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Is it common practice for those 30, the difference of like 30,000 to be added at the end, or can it be added in the beginning?
Ms. Romo?
If I can have Mr. Matt Carter come up and answer the question.
Long time no see.
Good afternoon, Board. Dr. D'Souza. My name is Matt Carter, the Agent of Maintenance Operations. Can you repeat the question?
Sure. So there's a difference of $30,000 that we're increasing to the dollar amount. Is that common practice to add at the end of the completion of work, or should have that been added at the beginning when the initial bid and dollar amount was submitted to us as a board?
So the 30,000 was an addition that we accepted at the beginning. It's my fault.
Okay.
I left it off the last board meeting, last agenda, and we need to add it back on because we did accept the work.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Any more questions?
Don't do it again.
Yes, please.
Saying.
Thank you.
Just kidding.
But thank you.
All right. Okay, you already voted, Dr. Lewis. Would
Aye.
you repeat it, please? Thank you.
Aye.
Ms. Dominguez, Mr. Montez.
I just want to make a comment before I vote. It's not uncommon to have change orders come before the board. We would like for it not to happen all the time, and the districts have done a good job at not doing a lot of change orders, but at one time, there was a lot of change orders, and board members started questioning, hey, it's happening all the time for everything. So in Mr. Carter's defense, it's, we know that it happens.
It
We
does.
just don't like to see it very often, or as least as possible. So we want to thank him for his clarification, and I
Yes.
vote aye.
Thank you. Beyond that, the public deserves better, and we represent the public.
Yeah.
So thank you for speaking up.
And sometimes things come up, a pipe, they found a pipe in the ground that wasn't there, they weren't planning on having to remove, or, many different reasons can come up, but it doesn't look too good, especially when, this is 30,000, we've had change orders for hundreds of thousands of dollars, and things arise, problems arise, things come up, but, good job, Mr. Dominguez, for questioning it. It's just something that does happen, it just shouldn't happen all the time.
Agreed.
It's just with all the budget cuts and basically.
No, we get it. Hey, 30,000 is 30,000.
Yeah.
Either way, it's necessary, it's good work, and
Yeah. We need.
let's
that done.
just make sure it doesn't become habit.
Okay, item F5, approve an amendment to the agreement with Autism Spectrum Intervention Services and Training.
Hold on, sir.
Assist.
I vote aye. Go
Is there a
ahead.
motion?
Aye. A second. First?
No, I'm.
Did we read
I'm
it?
back on F4. Who's on first?
Wait.
I'm back on
Wait,
F4.
I thought
Oh,
we
no,
were-
yeah, you're
we're
right.
at F5.
I had not.
Right, he didn't vote.
Okay.
So, yes,
Okay, so that was 4 ayes. Sorry, got ahead of myself here.
I haven't been called that for a while.
Approve an F5 now, approve an amendment to the agreement with Autism Spectrum Intervention Services and Training Assist. I'll make the motion,
Second.
and it's to amend the agreement with Autism Spectrum Intervention Services and Training effective June 27, 2024 through June 30th, 2024, and increase the original agreement of $1,300,000 by an additional $20,650.74 for a total not to exceed $1,320,650.74 and to be paid from the general fund. Question.
More comments?
Do we have anybody that can speak to Autism Spectrum Intervention Services?
Dr.
I have
Scott?
Questions too. Pages 113.
Thank you, Dr. Scott.
Hi, Dr. Scott. Again.
Just pull up a chair.
Okay. Sorry.
Not a problem.
Page 14.
So F5, sorry.
Yes, it's the item to amend an agreement with Autism Spectrum Intervention Services and Training.
Yes.
This type of work has come up, has been questioned before,
Yes.
members of the community. I received a couple of calls in regards to this item from some
too.
parents who were concerned with the amount of the service. We're not, as board members, we're not there to facilitate exactly how these funds are used. We just approve, the contracts that come forward based on, the need and what we're provided for information. So would you be able to elaborate a little bit about what this item is for and what exactly the service it provides for the community?
Yes. So ASSIST, that's what we call it, ASSIST. It provides behavioral support for students that have more adverse behaviors that require additional training and support based on their individual needs. So we usually can outsource to get that specialized training. Sometimes the students require like a behavior intervention aid. Sometimes it also requires an RPT. So they need additional supports.
What's an RPT?
It's quiz time, registered behavior tech, yes. And so sometimes an RPT has to come out and also supervise the behavioral support that the student may require. So this additional cost is actually, it was a bill that we received late, and it was to cover the costs of summer. And so we typically provide support for students that are engaged in our ESY programs and then some of our general ed programs. But quite a few of our students like to participate in some extracurricular activities, like Think Together and any enrichment activities. So we try to encourage them to participate, and so sometimes they need additional support to participate in those programs. So this actual amount is just to actually cover that cost. But on average, it depends on the student, depends on the behaviors and what level of support they need. The cost per student can vary. It can range. It all depends on what's in the IEP and what the student's disability is. But I would be happy to provide like an overview of how many students are supported under this cost and give a description of what the behaviors are, so then that you have more information.
I
about
understand.
it.
We
Yes.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
So these behavior specialists will train Think Together staff, or they will go
No.
out, or what do you mean?
They're there during the time the student is participating in Think Together or any extracurricular activities. They're there to support the student. But then you have an RPT that has to also come in and supervise the person that is providing that behavioral support.
So there's basically two aides with the student.
It can be, yes.
In some cases.
In some cases.
Yes.
And this, I'm guessing this also covers the summer, also, the summer
Yes.
program, right?
So we want our kids to participate.
Of
We try
course.
to be inclusive.
Of course.
So we don't want to deny a student from having the opportunity to participate because they don't have an aid.
Right.
But we want them to be actively engaged, and we want them to have the support. And we want to support the staff and, Think Together staff with not having to try to address behaviors that they might not be trained on.
Right. No, that's.
Dr. Lewis, you had a question?
Yes, and I just want to point out that this number would grow. We are a public school, so you're going to get, if you're talking about school safety, you're going to have classroom support. This is an area that we're talking about. If a child is going to be transferred to a mainstream, this behavioral person has to go with them.
That's correct.
And then the registered behavior sort of write the plan. To monitor, so the behaviorists can sort of follow up. But if we're going to support inclusion in Teach Room, don't be surprised as the quality, because every day more kids are being diagnosed because they're identified, and a lot of private schools says that the public school can better serve. So if we're going to sort of work with this, we have to give support to our classroom and the teachers to prevent always having that IEP. You see the behavior, you see those issues, you have to give that classroom support. So this is part of life, but these numbers are growing in every district, and these diagnoses and the late treatment and late therapists You know, a lot of times a family are in denial because they're only dealing with one child with the behavior. But you put them in a classroom, there's 8 with the same behavior. That makes it a lot different.
Yes.
Okay, so that's why we have to really support
Yes.
this classroom.
And we are trying to be very proactive. So for our behavioral
Right.
team, we are looking at that. Just this year, our enrollment has gone up. And so this year, we had over 300 new students with IEPs that
Right.
enrolled in the district. So it's increasing. And so we are really trying to provide the support that the kids need. But you're right. We are focused on inclusion. And so in order for them to be included, they do need that level of support. But we are trying to be very strategic in how we're planning for this and being proactive on what we're doing. So, yes.
Have we considered putting like students with like behaviors within the same classroom at the same campus?
Yes.
That
So,
would-
Segregation?
Yes. So well, not segregation, but we're trying to desegregate all of our campuses
Exactly.
and be more inclusive. But what I'll do is when I give Dr. D'Souza our plan, you'll see in there some of the things that we're trying to put in place to be more supportive for our students. And so how we're training staff and how we're supporting. So that will be included in the plan. One of the things that is our task for this year is looking at our programs and redefining our programs. So we offer a variety of programs, but our staff, our teachers, it changes, it evolves from year to year. And so we want to make sure that we have program descriptions so people know the students that are in those classes, what their needs are and what their supports are. So that's one of our goals for this year, is to roll that out. So you'll have clear program descriptions and the criteria and levels of support in those programs.
Yeah.
And then
Coastal specialized school. Remember Anderson School and all that, and went to more, because no teacher want 8,
Right.
people with aggressive behavior. They want to have that mix, but we
yes.
find that the behavioral support and
heterogeneous
that can
mix.
help calm it. You don't want 8 of
And,
anything.
and yet the public wants me to ask the question.
Okay.
It's like many business people that don't understand. And they want to know, well, how is that for return on investment? Can we use 2 support staff instead of 3 different sites? So all that mix, our public doesn't understand.
Right. We will
Does-
help to explain and
Thank you.
share a little bit more about what we're doing.
We look forward to that report.
Yes.
I
One
sure
more
do.
question. Does the assist go through the kinder through 12, or is it just middle school, or is it just high school, just
Any
elementary?
student that needs it.
Okay.
And so the assist does provide more advanced behavioral training. Sometimes if students have very aggressive behaviors, they are trained to de-escalate those behaviors. So again, it just depends on needs. But we will outsource to assist from anyone from kinder through our adult transition programs.
Okay.
So it can vary.
Is there a cap on hours? Because I know there's 6 hours in school, and then if they go to Think Together goes up to like 6 o'clock. That'll be like a 12-hour day. Do they switch out aides? Because I know that the continuity, of a kid,
Right.
that's something the
It
shift can
vary.
be.
Yeah, sometimes they can be 8 to 9 hours. Sometimes they will switch off, but we try to maintain the same person because the students are familiar with that
Correct.
person. But it can vary. It varies on the students, what grade level, what programs they're participating in. So it can vary. Some could be as little as 4 hours, 5 hours a day, and some could be, 9 hours. So then there's some additional costs there.
Got it. Okay.
And if the students are going on extracurricular activities, so usually, the end of the year, they're going on field trips. They do end of the year trips to Knoxbury Farm or wherever. We usually will provide the aid support there too. So sometimes it can be a 12-hour
And it's
day.
something that wasn't always provided by the
Provided, yeah.
district. So we think that everyone in the district
Correct.
has made that possible.
Yes.
Is that it for questions?
I think that's all I have.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for a little while at least. We may call you back up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Scott. Okay, Dr. Lewis, how do you vote?
Aye.
Clerk Dominguez?
Aye.
Vice President Montez.
Aye.
And myself, aye.
Next, we'll go-
F6.
F6 is to approve a renewal agreement with the Center for Culturally Responsive Teaching and Learning with Dr. Sharuki Hawley. Did I say that right?
So move.
Second.
And that's to provide the culturally and linguistically responsive CLR instructional support and development for 5 schools effective September 12th, 2024 through June 30th, 2025 at a cost not to exceed $52,000 and to be paid from the general fund.
Questions or comments? Okay, hearing none. Dr. Lewis?
Aye.
Clerk Dominguez?
Aye.
Vice President Montez?
Aye.
Myself, aye. F7.
And it's to approve the University of California UCLA Family Math Program.
So move.
Second.
And that's to approve the registration fee of $300 per participant for 90 participants to attend the UCLA Family Math Program, not to exceed $27,000, to be paid from the General Fund Title I and SBCSS SOS funds.
Okay, questions or comments?
I just gotta say my knees were shaking as I was reading that I'm gonna learn algebra and I can't even pronounce them because my knees were shaking because I'm not good at math and I'm.
We don't say we're not good in math. We say we expand our learning.
Okay, I'm expanding my learning,
Thank you,
but
Dr. D'Souza. That's easy for a math genius to say.
Yes. In case people
When
didn't
is the
know.
tentative start?
I'm sorry.
The start date for this program?
So I think we're going to be starting the same time as the reading project, the literacy project. So the people who finish the literacy project will be going to the math project. So we'll have the kickoff at the same time.
Which is?
Which is in October. We're going to be starting. Yeah.
October 5th is the kickoff, and then class starts the second week in October.
We got USC, we got UCLA. Let's keep adding more universities here. Hey,
we got Sands and Laverne, right?
And we plan to
Or
have you
DC
guys.
Davis.
We have the participants going to some of the games where UCLA plays USC.
Oh wow,
that's awesome.
Reason
When
to
do we
sign
get
up.
Stanford?
Reason to sign up, okay?
Half side UCLA, half down UC.
Okay. Dr. Lewis, how do you
Aye.
vote? Clerk Dominguez?
Aye.
Vice President Montez?
Aye.
And myself, aye. F8.
And that's to approve the declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 2024-2025 school year.
So move.
Second.
Okay, questions or comments, please? Okay, seeing none, Dr. Lewis, how do you vote?
Aye.
Clerk Dominguez?
Aye.
Vice President Montez?
Aye.
Myself, aye. F9.
And that's to approve the salary increase for classified hourly employees.
So move.
Second. And it's to approve the increase to the classified hourly daily salary schedule effective August 20th, 2024 at a cost not to exceed $345,000 and to be paid from the General Fund, Adult Education Fund, Child Development Fund, and Nutrition Services Fund.
Okay, questions or comments?
Just congratulations.
Absolutely. Thank you for all you do.
Well deserved.
Okay.
Overdue.
Yes. Okay, Dr. Lewis?
Aye.
Vice President, I'm sorry, Clerk Dominguez?
Aye.
Vice President Montez?
Aye.
Myself, aye. Congratulations.
Next, we go to F10, and that's to approve the 2024-2025 tentative agreement between Rialto Unified School District and Communication Workers of America.
So move.
Second.
Okay, questions or comments? All right, hearing none. Dr. Lewis, how do you vote?
Aye.
Clerk Dominguez?
Aye.
Vice President Montez?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Okay, F11.
And it's to adopt a resolution number 242511 declaring Hispanic Heritage Month.
So move.
Second. And it's to proclaim the month beginning September 15, 2024 and ending October 15, 2024 as Hispanic Heritage Month and encourages educational commemoration of this occasion with appropriate instructional activities.
C. 3 words tonight.
She got the right idea.
Okay, got it. All right. Questions or comments? Okay.
You didn't get a second? Did you get a second?
Yeah, no, you first.
Yeah, I was
right?
first and you second.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Dr. Lewis, how do you vote?
Aye.
Clerk Dominguez?
Aye.
Vice President Montez?
Aye.
And myself, aye. F12.
And that's to approve of the 2023-2024 audited actuals. So moved.
Second.
And that's to approve the 2023-2024 unaudited actuals financial report as presented. This report will be submitted under a separate cover.
Okay, do we have questions or comments? I do have questions, but because of the hour, I'm going to email them. Thank you.
We need to hear the questions.
Okay? It's a teaching moment, so if you happen to have it.
I do.
The easy way to look at something like this, you look at the far right column and you look for change. You've got negative, 27, 20, then all the way at the bottom, something new. There's many that stand out. Some are 100% negative. There's changes there. So my question is, the new item, is that for a SERP? Fund balance reserves, unassigned, unappropriate amount, 9790 goes from 0 to a negative 3,200,000.
Did you, I'm sorry,
Page
what page are you?
Page 1 of unaudited actuals, general fund, unrestricted and restricted expenditures by object. So it's a Form 1. So it's, they call it page 1, but it's the fourth page in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's page 1, but it's like the 10th page.
Every year. Okay. So questions are typically asked, in particular on C, looking at the left column, the heading, excess deficiency of revenues. There's a negative 316. So explain to the public, please, what C is. Would that be deficit?
No, what this is when we adopt our budget, right, we also make a projection of what our ending fund balance is going to be, right, for the prior year. So in May, we estimated that our ending balance for our restricted programs, which you can see under column E, was going to be 3.2 million less than what they actually were. We have a large project related to our network that's being completed through the end of September. And so at the time, back in May, we anticipated that program being completed by June. That didn't materialize. And so that made our fund balance for the actual 23-24 school year under the restricted column 3.2 higher than what we expected back in May when we adopted the budget. The budget numbers roll in from what we presented to the board at that time and was approved. And so we actually don't have the ability to change them, which is why you see that net bottom line change in that line.
Okay. And the public can't see this, but it is available to the public upon request from the superintendent's office. And I'm talking about all the way at the bottom where the column ends and there's a blank just above that. Just above the, where it says G assets, there's a bold line, follow it all the way to the right. And it says new. There's a box there. So account 9790, there's a negative 3 million, and because of my old eyes, I'm not going to read it all. But the far right column says new. So I'm just asking, what is new? What are we getting?
So as I explained, it's the fallout from our anticipated ending fund balance when we presented the budget versus the actual expense through June 30th. But because it's on the restricted side, I know that this is tied to a project where the timing of the funding use has been shifted from 23-24 to 24-25. But we are not allowed to make any changes to the adopted budget numbers until first interim. So when we bring first interim to the board, you'll see those changes incorporated into that projection at the time.
To make sure I understand, it jumped the fiscal year.
Yes.
Okay. Then there's more, but I can email things like that, Board. When you're retired and have time on your hands?
It's been a while since the board requested a workshop, budget workshop. I think it's a good time, you know, to.
You want it in October then? Because the next board meeting.
Check with business services whenever you know, whenever it's convenient for them, they can make time to host a budget workshop. We give an opportunity for, you know, our teachers and, you know, administrators, parents, even students from the community who want to come and understand the budget a little better. You know, sometimes at board meetings, questions are asked, you know, and people might be listening, they're not necessarily catching all of the lingo. You know, and sometimes even ourselves ain't necessarily catching all of the lingo. So it's good every now and then to have a budget workshop, just to, I think, to educate our community better, our district better on how the budget works, how it operates, you know,
How to read it.
what type of monies are available, what type of monies are restricted, what type of deficits we're looking at, what type of, you know, monies can be earmarked for certain things, you know. I think one of the biggest things that we have to concentrate in regards to budget is capitalizing on and making sure we use monies that are set for a certain expenses, because the last thing we want to do is not use monies available and have to give it back or lose it. The other thing too is not all monies can be used for everything, you know, and sometimes it's good for our community to understand, okay, well, maybe those funds can't be used for, you know, certain things that we would like to have at the district or at our schools, but maybe other funds can be used for certain things, you know, so stuff like that. You know, it can be done really easy, and if we want to confuse the heck out of people, just give them one of these and.
Mr. Martinez will translate.
Can I make a recommendation and a request to have it after November elections? That way we'll have at least one board member.
No problem.
Hopefully just one.
Thank you.
Okay. We are at F12. No more questions or comments? Okay. Sorry to bore everyone with the details. Dr. Lewis, how do you vote?
Aye.
Clerk Dominguez?
Aye.
Vice President Montez?
Aye.
And myself, aye. F13.
Adopted resolution number 242512, adopting the 2023-2024 unaudited actuals and estimated 2024-2025 GAN limit. So move.
Second.
Declare that the appropriations in the 2023-2024 unaudited actuals and 2024-2025 budget do not exceed the limitations imposed by Proposition 4.
Okay, questions or comments, Board? Okay, Dr. Lewis, how do you vote?
Aye.
Clerk Dominguez?
Aye.
Vice President Montez?
Aye.
And myself, aye. F14, you're going to spoil me here.
After a while, it starts hurting me. Adopt
Look at
resolution,
me.
adopt
We have
resolution number 242513, remuneration. So moved.
Second.
And that's to excuse the absence of Board Member Nancy G. O'Kelly from the Wednesday, August 28, 2024, regular meeting of the Board of Education. I just want to wish Ms. O'Kelly well. We know that she hasn't been able to come not because she doesn't want to, because she can't. And we hope for speedy recovery and wish her and her family well.
Yes. Okay, questions or comments? Okay, Dr. Lewis, how do you vote?
Aye.
Clerk Dominguez?
Aye.
Vice President Montez?
Aye.
And myself, aye. F50,
Administrative hearings.
Going back into.
we're
closed
going to
session.
have to come back.
We forgot to mention that we have a couple things to finish in closed session, so we'll be going back and then back out, for those who are looking forward to that. So this item will be brought back, this one and
F16.
F16 both, and F17.
Yes.
And F18.
So all three, yeah,
Okay.
Four.
yeah.
Can I have a motion to move
So
into closed session?
Second.
Okay. Vote by board members?
Aye.
Time is 9:32. Okay, we are on the air. And welcome back. We're back out of our second closed session, and we are ready for F15. Vice President?
Administrative hearings.
Actually, can I interrupt? Can we have a motion to return?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, vote by everyone?
Aye.
Wait, that was a motion to close closed session, sorry.
No, we had one. We already did that.
Oh, okay,
So this is to return, yeah.
okay.
Thank you.
We have a first and a second?
We have a first and a second, and the vote is to reopen open session or close closed session, whichever way you look at it. We're back. Okay, Vote by board members all at once.
Aye.
10:05, and even though we did that once already.
All right,
Second
no
is
problem.
Got that.
We've already went to 10:05. What's one more minute? So we go to F15, administrative hearings. Do we have a first?
And a second?
So moved?
Second.
Okay, and we'll start.
Individual case number?
Yes,
Yes.
we'll vote by individual case numbers. 24, 25, 2. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Actually,
Wait, we have to do roll call.
yeah, it should be roll call.
Okay, then,
Yeah.
Mr. President, would you like to do the roll call?
All righty. 24, 25, 2. Dr. Lewis?
No?
Clerk Dominguez?
Aye.
Vice President Montez?
Aye.
And myself, aye. 23, 24, 84. Okay, Dr. Lewis?
Aye.
Okay, Clerk Dominguez?
Aye.
Vice President Montez?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Then the last one, 23, 24, 83. Making my notes here. Dr. Lewis?
Aye.
Clerk Dominguez? Tough, I know. You want me to come back?
Yeah.
Okay. Vice President Montez?
No.
No. And Clerk Dominguez?
Can you go first?
I did.
Oh, you did?
No.
Oh, no?
You can abstain. There's a decision already.
Is that 2 noes? Wait,
2 noes and 1 yes.
two noes and,
Okay.
so this is to not approve. This is, the item is to approve the recommendation. I'm voting no. You're voting no?
No. I wish to approve it. So,
That's a yes.
So it's a yes for you.
yes. I'm a yes then.
Okay. I
Caffeine, please.
wanted to double check because, yeah, I didn't want to take advantage.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna vote no.
My wife appreciates.
No.
Okay, and that was a no.
Okay.
Thank you, Clerk Dominguez. Okay, reinstatement of expulsion, F16. Motion and second, please.
So move?
Second?
Thank you. 23, 20,
So,
83 was a tie, right?
so, yes.
Yes. 2 yeses and 2
Two
noes.
no's.
So is that passed?
It doesn't.
Yes.
so
It
Doesn't
carries.
pass.
the motion does not pass.
Guys.
It does, yeah.
The good Lord was here tonight.
Okay, case 23, 24, 63. Okay, Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Clerk Dominguez?
What was the question?
This is for,
Sorry,
this
yes or
is
no?
the,
Oh, yes, sorry.
and myself, yes.
Okay, Clerk Dominguez, I didn't hear.
Yes.
Thank you. And myself, yes. Reinstatements, motion and second, please.
So move?
Second?
Thank you. Case number 23, 24, 14. Does anyone wish to have this all at once? Or
Yes, all
Yes,
at once.
all at once is fine.
Dr. Lewis, you okay?
Yes.
All right. All of them, all at once?
We have a motion and a second.
So moved?
I thought we
Yeah, Louis.
did that.
Who made the first and second?
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Lewis made the motion.
Okay. All right, Dr. Lewis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Clerk Dominguez?
Aye.
Vice President Montez?
Aye.
And myself, yes, aye. Or to steal one of your phrases, aye, aye, aye.
Aye, aye, aye.
Of course.
Okay, adjournment, please.
The next regular meeting of the Board of Education of Rialto Unified School District will be held on September 25th, 2024, at 7 p.m. at the Dr. John Casalunas Education Center, 182 East Walnut Avenue, Rialto, California. Materials distributed or presented to the Board of Education at the board meeting are available upon request from the superintendent's office. Do we have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Okay, and all we have to do is, the board, ayes all at once?
Aye.
10-10. Everyone, tough night.